Board Member Jeff Bennett. Board Member Deirdre Brown. Board Member Elizabeth Callahan.
Here.
Board President Nubia Duval Wilson.
Here.
Board Member Regina Eckert.
Here.
Board Member Bill Gifford.
Here.
Board Member Bimo Kapadia. Board Member Will Meyer.
Here.
Board Member Shana Secchi-Gable. All right, we have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, please take notice that adequate notice of this meeting has been provided in the following manner. That written notice was sent from the office of the Secretary of the Board at 2:30 p.m. on January 3rd, 2025. That said notice was sent via email to Maplewood and South Orange Township clerks and the editors of the News Record, Star Ledger, Tappan DeSoma, and the Village Green. And now we are going to have a winter concert. Is everyone here?
Right?
And then feel free to formally announce them at the mic over there on the table. Thank you.
No problem. Guys, stuff out. Check your tuning real quick. Make sure you're in tune. All right, guys. I'm just gonna call it out. I'm gonna start with Deck the Halls. So let's go Deck the Halls Silent Night for 2.
Is it difficult because of space to get them in the?
I don't know if we fit. Yeah, this is what we've always done. We just sort of got to the side. And, yeah, because then the cellos could just boom get their stuff.
Go into the mic and
Yeah,
you'll call me out?
I'll
Okay,
say yeah.
perfect.
Oh yeah,
Thank you.
not a problem. No, we're only going to play it since they said 10 minutes. So. All right, guys. Hi, everybody. My name is Todd Devery. Orchestra Director at CHS. Oh, this one. Sorry. Wow. It's more important. Hi, my name is Todd Van Beveren. I'm the orchestra director at Columbia High School. This is our varsity orchestra, which is a combo of both the orchestras from South Orange Middle School and Maplewood Middle School. We rehearse every Thursday night from 7 to 8 o'clock. We've been rehearsing since October, so I only had about 6 or 7 rehearsals. They also have just performed with the high school orchestra. They're doing the same repertoire that we're doing with the string orchestra at the high school. So it's almost like an AP for middle school orchestra. We're going to play a bunch of Christmas tunes for you today. We're going to start off with Deck the Halls, and we're going to follow that with Silent Night. All right, ready? We're just going to play each one once. 1, 2, oh. Oh. Maybe just share with them the joy of, folding stands. Can't put that much on them. All right, we ready? Deck the hall. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Ready? 1, 2. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to do 2 more pieces. We're going to do Hark the Herald Angels Sing and Angels We Have Heard on High. So we'll stick with a little angel theme. Hark the Herald first, then Angels We Have Heard on High. Ready? 3. Good job. Thank you. All right, Angels We Have Heard on High. Let's push the tempo on this one a little bit. Right? Whoop. Share with him. Yeah. The folding stand. Maybe try it on her stand. It's a little. All right, let's do it. 1, 2. We'll do 2 more. So our last 2 pieces will be Away in the Manger and O Come All Ye Faithful. I mean, I wish everybody a happy Hanukkah, a Merry Christmas, happy Kwanzaa from the arts at Columbia High School and in the district. Thank you guys for coming. It's great to have this little tradition. This is our 3rd year playing for the last board meeting. Thanks for inviting us, and enjoy your vacation. You ready? Away in the Manger. 1. All right, last one. Ready? You got it? You gotta do this. 1, 2. Guys, it's all taken down. Ready? 1, 2. Thank you very much. Guys, you can keep up. Great job.
Guys, we're gonna get a photo right
Oh,
about here.
all right, don't pack up. Come over here with your instruments. Yeah, come right around. Like I would go all the way over to the other side.
we're short some board members tonight, huh?
Yeah. Oh,
I was so sick of this one.
I'd like to make a motion to enter executive session at 6:55 PM. I'm just gonna, to discuss attorney-client matters, personnel, and HIP reporting. The length of the executive session is estimated to be an hour, after which the public meeting of the board shall reconvene. May I have a second? Second. Thank you, Board Member Meyer. All in favor? exec session a little bit later than usual. So first, I need to approve our board minutes, and then we will do our board member acknowledgements. So I'd like to make a motion to approve the board meeting minutes from November 19th, 2025 board retreat and the November 20th, 2025 exec session and regular board meeting. Do I have a second? Thank you, Board Member Callahan. All in favor? Okay, great. Board meeting minutes have been approved. Okay, so now we will begin our recognition part of the meeting. After that, we will have a 5-minute, maybe 10-minute break for us to be able to say things to people. But so first, we're going to start with Board Member Bill Gifford, next Regina, and then myself. And so former BOE member Johanna Wright, please come up. And you can sit in the chair here. And and I see our assemblyman is here. Chigozie, please, can someone grab? Thank you so much for being here.
Minutes. And I have a lot to say about Bill Gifford. Ooh, Lord have mercy. Here we go. And I'm excited because I have Chigozie next to me, our new assembly person, and for the state. Y'all give him a hand. But that's really. So I just want to say good evening to everyone. Titles do not guarantee values. That's why it's truly special to sit here tonight recognizing someone who represents the very best of what education, public education, can inspire. Tonight we honor Bill Gifford, a former student of this district, a husband, a father, a son, a valued colleague, a friend, and a dedicated public servant. Bill's journey is one that comes full circle this evening. As seniors in high school, Bill and his best friend, now our New Jersey State Assemblyman Chigozie Onyeama, ran for seats on the South Orange Maplewood School Board. Because, as students, they were already paying attention. They saw how decisions were made and who paid the price when adults were protected over children. Even then, they knew not everyone who serves on the Board of Education serves students. Seeing both of them continue their commitment to service is a powerful reminder of why this work matters. And I can remember when some people laughed at you guys when you ran. Years later, Bill came home as an adult to raise his children in this community. And once again, he chose service over silence. Let that sink. That kind of commitment to place, to people, and to principle is rare, and it's beautiful. And he didn't change his name. During this time on the Board of Education, Bill brought thoughtfulness, integrity, and a student-centered perspective to every discussion. He consistently advocated for equity, academic excellence, and responsible stewardship of our resources. Bill took on work that isn't flashy, but it's essential. First, he streamlined our policy review and editing process, addressing years of outdated and neglected policies. Because of his leadership, this district was brought into compliance in time for our CUSAC review. That is governance. That is accountability. Secondly, an advocate for vocational and technical education, in his very first year, he requested that the district partner with Mike Schaft, founder of Maplewood Shop, to bring meaningful hands-on learning back to our students. That vision became reality when the launch of a secondary woodshop program in the fall of 2023, providing real skills, real dignity, and real pathways for students. And thirdly, Bill brought his professional expertise in green energy and solar power directly into his role as finance chair this year. For the first time, this district is incorporating environmental sustainability into its fiscal strategy, not as a slogan. There's a plan that includes what I would call ESIP, Energy Saving Improvement Plan, which will include LED lighting, upgrades, solar panel installation, and HVAC improvements. That is what smart stewardship of taxpayer dollars and responsible planning for our students' future. At a time when some decisions have prioritized the wrong people, Bill consistently prioritized students. What made Bill especially impactful was his ability to listen. Listen to students, listen to families. He listened to staff, even though people told him not to, and fellow board members, and to lead with both conviction and collaboration. Our district is stronger because of his service. We are grateful for your service. We're proud of your accomplishments and excited to see what's next for you. I want to thank your beautiful wife, Lily, and your wonderful children and your family for sharing you with all of us. Bill Gifford, thank you for giving back to this place that helped shape you. And I mean, we helped shape you too. Helped shape him, right? Look at him. He's sharp too. He's kind of like eye candy.
I have a person for him.
And for reminding us that what's possible when former students return as real standing leaders who are standing on business with 10 toes down, no cap. So to those who laughed years ago, I ask you plainly, who's laughing now? And now for Chigozie. And now it's my honor to invite Chigozie, our new New Jersey State Assemblyman, to say a few words about his friend.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Wright. It's so good to see all the board members. It's good to be in this space again. It's been a little while. I read somewhere, I think it was Proverbs 27, that as iron sharpens iron, so does one person sharpen the other. Bill, I've known you for almost 30 years of my life. I think we got close probably in 6th grade. And in that entire time, it's been iron sharpening iron. You know, Ms. Wright talked about the school board election where we ran together in 2005. But it really, our sort of political journey begins much before that. I remember when you took a class with Mr. Rodriguez. It was a sociology class. I can still remember being in my bedroom and you telling me about the things you were learning in Mr. Rodriguez's class. And so the following year, I took Ms. Cooper. That's why I took sociology, right? So for me, it was like an opportunity to join in the studying that you were doing, to be in solidarity, to be in partnership with you on your political journey, on what became our political journey. And in 2004, you ran for the school board. We didn't run, you ran. And I remember watching you when you ran for the school board. I'm like, wow, what in the world does a school board do? And over time, I learned that, you know, by the time we ran together, I learned that the school board is where important decisions were made about the future of our young people. And so I joined you in that struggle in 2005. We've known each other so long that you're like family to me. You know, you're one of my brothers. And family's heavy on my mind today. Some of you may know that my father passed away almost 6 years ago, but he was born 73 years ago today. Today's my father's birthday. And, you know, when I gave my father's eulogy, I said that he was my hero, but not the perfect kind. In fact, he was always imperfect. But what mattered was he was always there, he always tried, he always got better, and most times he got it just right. You are an always person. brother. You are always in a struggle. You're a long distance runner. And oftentimes, we think about what it means to be a hero. And heroes, for me, aren't like these fits and starts of bravery. Heroism is about persistence. You've been in this struggle for a long time because you are persistent. And for that, you're a hero. And I think about, as this chapter closes, another one is beginning. And I'm excited to see what comes next for you. And I'm mostly looking forward to writing it together, brother. Congratulations on an excellent term.
And congratulations to our other 2 board members who are leaving. Thank you so much for your service. It's a thankless job. Nobody knows that more than I. I served longer than any board member in this district, and not to mention over 40 years as an educator. And to go out the way that I did and to do the things that I'm doing now, I really appreciate your service, even though most oftentimes it wasn't good for many people.
Thank you so much.
No, he was right on.
All right. Sorry. Thank you so much for that. That definitely did make me a little emotional. And Mama, right, as usual, you stole some of my thunder for some of the things I was going to mention. But I'll try to make this quick. It's hard to sum up one's tenure on the South Orange Maplewood School Board of Education. At times, especially during our meetings, serving can feel like an eternity. Yet it also feels like yesterday that Nubia, Regina, and myself were elected and sworn in, just as new board members will be next month. I wish them luck and pray for their success. A sincere amount of passion and time goes into being on the board, from campaign season to getting behind the horseshoe and doing the actual work. You quickly learn change doesn't happen fast, and it takes time and coalition building to accomplish real progress. With the plethora of problems the district faces every day, it's a struggle at times to recognize the achievement we've made, but there are a few that I would like to call out. One of my biggest initiatives coming onto the board 3 years ago was to provide students alternative pathways so that we are not just focusing on college, but trades as well. Luckily for us, one of our community's residents is Mike Schloff, the founder of Maple Wood Shop, who runs a hands-on woodworking education company. Working with Mike, I'm happy to say that the district has slowly brought back Wood Shop with the help of Maple Wood Shop, at first starting as a pilot in the middle schools, and now under Superintendent Bing's direction, we just increased usage of Maple Wood Shop, moving it to CHS as a pathway for construction and carpentry. Another issue I'm proud of to say is that we made progress on is the effort to install solar on our schools as a way to save money on energy costs and provide students exposure to renewable technologies. When I first joined FFT 3 years ago and brought up solar, I was quickly shut down and told we are in the middle of executing the long-range facility plan, no way, no how. Today, no longer on the sidelines, our BA is actively exploring a solar energy savings improvement plan, an ESIP, and will identify candidate facilities for future installation. That said, That said, the main reason why I ran for the board as a high school student and again as a parent in the district was to push efforts to close the racial achievement gap. On this issue, I take little pride, as it seems we are stuck in the same place we were more than 20 years ago. I applaud Superintendent Bing for taking a more collaborative approach to working with the Black Parents Workshop, as the monitor, Judge Wallace, seems pleased with our latest efforts. Nevertheless, according to our latest New Jersey School Performance Report, white students are graduating at a rate of 96% within their cohort, while black students are currently at 79%. According to NJSLA Algebra 2 end-of-course assessments, 75% of our white students met or exceeded expectations compared to 36% of our black students. In language arts, white students had a proficiency rate of 85%, and our black students had 50%. As for discipline in the 23-24 school year, of the 24 out-of-school suspensions, 20 were black students. That's not to say the folks here are not currently doing everything possible to reverse this trend. As a board member, we see dedication from this administration poured into solving these problems. I hope going forward, the board and administration are bold enough to assess things as they are and make the necessary changes where needed, no matter how loud the public outcry may be. All that to say, I leave this board incredibly hopeful. Last week, I visited the 5th Model Gary Convention in the CHS Library, where students commemorated the groundbreaking 1972 National Black Convention held in Gary, Indiana. This event centers student voices and allows them to grapple with the many challenges faced by black and brown communities. In the time I spent there, I saw students imagining a more equitable world and strategizing ways to arrive there. This work, supported by the likes of MAPSO Freedom School and MAC Scholars, are as important as the work we do in this building. So for myself, it is clear there is no lack of potential from our students. It's up to us, the adults, to figure out the best way to support them. And that's all. Signing off.
Superintendent Bing, would you join me and the Honorable William R. Gifford III in the presentation of this plaque?
And 3, 2, 1. One more with great big smiles. 3, 2, 1. One more. Thank you.
So next, we will talk about Regina, who just walked away. So we're just going to give her a minute, and then we'll resume.
That's it.
So, part of our new protocol for outgoing board members, we were borrowing from a certain holiday called Festivus, and we're airing grievances. So, I have a list. Gifford, this might take a while, so please just.
I love Festivus.
To say it's been a pleasure to work with Mr. Gifford would be an understatement. He brings a certain energy to a room that is warm and engaging and just makes it very easy to be yourself. So not only is he an advocate for all students, he's just a passionate person. So something I envy of him. So I want to thank him for all his hard work, blood, sweat, and tears. As was noted, salaries were cut for board members about 5 years ago, down to gratis, I believe. And they dedicate hours and hours and days and weeks and months and months. It is a tedious position. and he has put his time, sweat, and equity into these kids. So big thank you to Mr. Gifford.
And now we get to talk about Regina, and I'll be delivering some words. So, Regina, it is with great honor that I speak on behalf of my amazing friend and teammate, second VP, Regina Eckert. Regina, I'm going to try not to get too emotional. I could not have gone on this journey without your wisdom, wit, tenacity, and support. I'm so proud to be celebrating you tonight. Regina is the type of leader who prefers to be behind the scenes than in the spotlight. As such, I want everyone to know that Regina is one of the most dedicated and hardest working people I've ever met. I could not have had a better second VP this year, but let's start from the beginning of her term. For 3 years, Regina has been the chair of the Personnel Committee, where she brought her years of experience and human resources in education. It is one of the committees that is exposed to some of the most confidential district information, and Regina always managed the oversight of that confidentiality with hypervigilance. Regina has been a steadfast advocate for our teachers and their morale. She pushed for the district to move beyond exit interviews and implement stay interviews to improve retention and further understand teachers' needs. Her advocacy influenced last spring's staff surveys and the ongoing stay interviews that HR conducts today, helping strengthen our approach to teacher morale and retention across the district. Starting in 2023, Regina was our biggest advocate for student hardship transfers, ensuring that policy 5124, internal student transfers, was updated to enable families placed by our integration initiative to have their real-world challenges addressed. It took a year, working in partnership with the district and the board, but by the end of 2023, we had an updated policy. Her vigilance with this effort continued in 2025 when we updated this policy again to ensure the district was evaluating hardship transfer requests effectively. Thank you, Regina, for your contributions to an effort that has aided many families. Regina's critical thinking, eagle eyes, and problem-solving skills were integral to our budget process each year. She spoke out often, requesting that our budget cuts and rifts in 2024 were not going to negatively impact student classroom experiences. She held the district accountable to being transparent on our deficits and financial challenges. Even on the EWG campaign trail, Regina advocated for a more thorough audit of our finances. She took her budget oversight role as a board member very seriously, and I learned a lot from her thoughtful questions and analysis. Some may not know that Regina is a sports fanatic, but I learned that quickly when it was time to support our girls' softball team and all athletes by voting on Ritzer Field. I know many have different opinions on turf. Not going to talk about that tonight, but aside that, we can all appreciate Regina's unwavering dedication to this project. Don't be surprised if you see some pro-turf public speaks from her at future board meetings next year as we look to move ahead on this vital project that is going on 7 years past due. Regina was also on our negotiations committee 2 years in a row, which we all know is not a cakewalk. But Regina took it in stride. In 24 and 2025, she was on the many long meetings, missing bedtime with her kids, and eating late night meals here in this building. I want to make sure the community knows how committed Regina was to the 2-year process to finalize our teachers' contract and give them competitive wages. Regina, I'm going to greatly miss our partnership and work ethic we shared over the years. Whenever I needed someone to talk things out with, when I was overwhelmed, you were there. When I needed someone to remind me to delegate tasks when I'm busy, because you know I'm bad at that, you called and asked, what do you need from me this week? You were always ready and willing to be there for me, the executive committee, and the board. I wish that everyone could have witnessed your work ethic and service behind the scenes. You are a force. I know our friendship will carry on after our board service, but I'm going to miss working so closely with you. We have barely gone a day without speaking by phone, email, or text since August 2022. Thank you again for your great service to this community, and I wish you all the best in your next chapter. Okay,
So for anybody that knows me or watches board meetings, I'm not one for many words. And of course, I picked tonight after a 5-day trip to Disney, 12 to 13-hour days at every single park, and trying to keep my kids from not killing each other by the end of the trip. I, of course, make this the night that I'm actually going to speak the longest. Tonight is bittersweet. It marks the end of my 3-year term on the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education, the second most challenging and rewarding role I've ever had, coming in just behind being a parent. This work challenged me and pushed me to grow in ways I didn't expect. I didn't always get everything right, but I always showed up, I asked questions, and I led with care. I learned not to shy away from moments when things didn't go as planned or when I made a mistake, but to acknowledge it and stay committed to doing better. That's a lesson I learned early in my career and one I carried with me into this role. And through it all, I was reminded again and again why this work matters so deeply. As I come to the close of my 3-year term, there are a few thank yous I want to share. First, to my family, Alex, Lucas, and Damien, you made the biggest sacrifice. This role didn't just ask something of me, it asked something of you. Thank you for your patience, your flexibility, and for supporting me through long meetings, late nights, and the many moments when board work took precedent over dinner, bedtime, or being at the sidelines at your games. To my fellow board colleagues, past and present, we didn't always agree, and that's part of the job, but I'm especially grateful to those who are willing to collaborate, engage in civil discourse, listen to different perspectives, and then move forward together. Some decisions were easy, many were not. And I trust that future boards will continue to lead with respect, curiosity, and a shared commitment to our students. I also want to acknowledge our teachers and staff, the backbone of this district. Any progress we talk about only happens because of the work you do every single day in the classrooms, in the hallways, and schools across this district. Your dedication to our students is what moves this district forward. To Superintendent Bing and the central office staff, it's been a pleasure getting to know you and working alongside many of you over the years. There is still a lot of important work ahead, and I believe that with stronger systems, clear communication, and data-driven approaches, the district can continue moving in a positive direction for all of our students. To friends, neighbors, and community members, thank you for trusting me. I knew when I stepped into this role that the work wouldn't always be easy or popular, and that I might vote in ways some of you didn't agree with, but you trusted that I was doing the work, asking the questions, weighing the information, and making decisions with students at the center. And that trust meant everything to me. And finally, and most importantly, to our students, you are the reason we are all here. From the student performances that open our board meetings, to the artwork lining the hallway outside these doors, to the many times students stepped up to advocate for themselves at public speaks, whether it was to save a journalism class, call for better safety at CHS, present a traffic calming proposal that went on to win a competition, or push for safer, more accessible playing fields. Add to that the musicals, the art shows, and everything in between. These are the moments that reminded me again and again why I sat up here for 3 years. I'm so incredibly proud of the work that we took on together, strengthening teaching and learning in the early years through new elementary ELA and math curricula, supporting the Intentional Integration Initiative by reinstating transportation and making pragmatic, empathetic adjustments to the transfer policy, and doing the hard necessary work to put our district on stronger footing for the future. As I step away, my hope is simple, that this board continues to focus on what matters most, our students. Our students are extraordinary, and they're watching, and they deserve our best every single day. I'm so grateful for the chance to have been part of this work and this community, and I know I'll carry it with me long after tonight. Thank you, and happy holidays to everybody.
Mr. Bing and the Honorable Regina Eckert, please join me.
Two and 3, 2, 1. Thank you. And in 3, 2, 1. One last one. And 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Eckert, you stepped out when we introduced the new protocol of airing our grievances for exiting board members. I've been very lucky here, so, a little more than a year, and I've had the pleasure of working with wonderful people around very difficult and challenging issues. People that don't always agree, but can agree to disagree, which is how consensus and how effective districts move forward, to be honest with you. Your opinion I value. I often have gone to you when challenges come up, and I will continue to value that, your words and opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'm up next. Regina, thank you.
I do some pretty good writing on the plane, if I must say so myself. Leadership is bringing the best versions of your team out. Nubia, you did exactly that. You stepped into the role of board president at a moment when this community needed reassurance that this board could function, collaborate, and communicate with integrity. And you delivered. From the start, you recognized that everyone on this dais brings different strengths, perspectives, and lived experiences. And you brought those voices together in service of strong governance, thoughtful policy, and a district that puts students first. You lead with empathy. You listen. You don't shy away from hard conversations. Your leadership changed how we work together. You raised the bar for communication, strengthened trust, and helped this board show up as a team, even when the work was hard. And behind the scenes, you were often the person checking in, following up, and making sure everyone felt heard, even when we didn't agree. Your advocacy around mental health and survivors of abuse has been deeply impactful. By sharing your lived experience with courage and honesty, you reminded us that our decisions aren't abstract, they shape real lives. And that perspective brought humanity into this work in a way that truly mattered. I learned a lot watching how you led in these moments, especially when things were uncomfortable or emotionally hard. Your background in communication strengthened not just this board, but the district's relationship with the community. You pushed us to be clearer, more transparent, and more accountable, and that will last well beyond your term. Over the course of your term, your impact showed up in very real ways. This is just a snippet of it, but in 2023, I was extremely proud to work beside you on CNI to push for a stronger elementary reading curriculum. And as FFT chair that year, you ensured careful oversight of hazardous route evaluations, always centering student safety. In 2024, you worked with some fellow board colleagues to draft and pass a resolution supporting statewide funding for the New Jersey Anti-Bullying Task Force, a clear statement of our values. And in 2025, after about 14 months of negotiations, you helped bring the Somea contract across the finish line. And while the Ritzer project didn't quite get there this year, the foundation you helped build positions the district and the next board to move forward and finally break ground in 2026. Nubia, thank you for your leadership, your courage, your friendship, and your heart. This district is stronger because of the time and care you gave it. And while your seat on this side of the horseshoe may be ending, the impact of your work will continue to show up where it matters most, in classrooms, in hallways, and in the daily experiences of students who feel safer and better supported because you were here. You reminded us again and again that this work is about real children and real families, and that how we lead matters just as much as what we decide. Thank you for keeping students at the center of everything you did.
Okay, thank you so much, Regina. I'm going to try to get through this without getting too emotional. Thank you all who are here tonight to send Regina, Bill, and me off as we end our 3-year term on the Board of Ed. I also want to thank and acknowledge my family, my husband, who's trying to take a picture of me right now, Chris, my daughter Ella, who's in 7th grade, and son Luke, who's in 5th grade. Luke gave me a huge hug when I told him tonight was my last Board of Ed meeting a couple days ago. He then reminded me that I spent half of his years in elementary school on the board. That feels like an eternity to a child, and to me too. It definitely felt very long. Before I continue, I want to acknowledge my father, a civil rights activist, musician, and visual artist, Thomas Taiwo Duvall, who passed on March 31st, almost a month before finalizing the teacher's contract. Although he died at 91 with dementia, his memories were strong when I was a child. I grew up listening to my father's stories about living in DC during segregation, experiencing racism, joining the movement with Malcolm X in Harlem, and on and on. He loved his stories. I learned so much from him about activism, the power of my voice, and standing up for what is right. I'd like to believe he is proud of my accomplishments as a BOE member. I also want to acknowledge the executive committee members, First VP Will Meyer and Second VP Regina Eckert. I aspired to preside over a board that was calm, functioned well, reflected the strengths of each member, and pushed our district forward in a number of ways that positively impacted our students. To you both, thank you for working with me to make those goals realized. Bimmel, Deirdre, and Jeff, I'm sad that I will not be here for your 2nd and 3rd years, but I know you will all do well. Each of you have a number of strengths, from data analysis and critical thinking to in-district parenting experiences that make you huge assets to our board service and district's goals. I cannot wait to watch you from the other side of this horseshoe continue to make a difference. Liz and Shayna, it's been a pleasure working with you these past 2 years. Thank you for leading your committees with such dedication and focus. As the most senior people left on this board, along with Will, your experiences as chairs and additional NJSBA training you received this year will continue to be an asset. Will, thank you for your ongoing support and work ethic as my first VP. You really were a great team member in this journey. Our collaborative partnership and daily conversations allowed us to be a strong team. And when I say daily, I mean daily. All 3 of us. I kind of feel bad that, you never had a chance to run a meeting, because I never missed one.
I'm coughing on you.
I know. I was never sick. But I have a feeling that opportunity is coming soon. We'll see. Although we had differing opinions at times, we were always able to have a professional dialogue that enabled us to find paths forward and that continue to drive positive outcomes, and I'm very proud of that. To my running mates who formed EWG in 2022, Regina and Bill, thank you for accepting me into your world so that we could go on this journey together. And as Bill has said many times, we put in our petitions unbeknownst to one another and then came together thereafter. So Bill, I remember when we first chatted on the phone about aligning. I don't think you were too into that idea at first. But that's okay, it all worked out. You'd been determined to serve on the board since high school, and I was so inspired by that. I'm proud of all your board service work, being policy chair at a time when we were greatly behind in our policies, advocating for VOTEC, your work on the FFT committee. I mean, all that you did was no easy task. And I'm so happy that you tried a 3rd time to get on the board. And your leadership was greatly needed, so thank you. Regina, I just talked about you a lot. But I do want to call out that your friendship and support this entire term has meant so much to me. I could not have done this without you, and thank you for believing in me when I decided to ask for board support to be president this year. Your savvy, high attention to detail, and sensibility will be hard to replace. And then there's our not so new anymore superintendent, Mr. Bing. Time for my grievance. I remember the weekends the board spent interviewing multiple applicants in 2024. When I heard you speak and present to us, I knew you were the one. I don't know how you manage this role. 9 different bosses with 3 changing annually. It sounds insane. But you're exactly what this district needed when you arrived, and you continue to show that daily through the best and most challenging days when leading this unique school district. Thank you for your steadfast dedication to our community. I will miss collaborating with you. A big thank you to our hardworking senior leadership team and central office staff. I'm probably going to forget people, but I want to say thank you to Mr. Adedoyan, Ms. Bodner, Ms. Carrera, Dr. Weibel, Ms. Jessamaria, Dr. Gilbert, Mr. Moody, Mr. Draper, who's here taking photos, Ms. Quadrado, Ms. Cassandra in central office, Mr. Bonds, Mr. Morgan. Our board and superintendent would not be successful without your wisdom, support, creativity, problem solving, and passion to help us drive positive outcomes for our students and staff. And thank you to our amazing teachers and school administrators who help educate our bright students, as well as our student reps. Thank you, Penn. I'm sad I'm not going to be on the second half of your time here, and to Scarlett as well. But so far, I'm just so impressed with you and how you're advocating for students. And so thank you so much for your work thus far. So I'm more comfortable sharing the successes of others and myself, but I will briefly share that I am very proud of my work on the hazardous routes evaluation and policy, reinstating courtesy transportation to support our integration initiative, passing policy 4281, inappropriate staff conduct, which requires reporting on alleged misconduct if a student might have been subject to child abuse or neglect by school staff or leader, advocating for a new phonics-based ELA program, which launched iReady magnetic reading, and pushing forward on the RITSA development to support our athletes. As I exit the BOE, a reminder to our current and future boards, keep collaborating together to make a difference. I'm proud of what we all accomplished together, and I wish the board much success in 2026 and beyond. Thank you all.
Superintendent Bring, please join me in welcoming the Honorable Madam President Nubia Duval-Wilson and presenting this award.
And 3, 2, 1. Gonna do a few more. And 3, 2, 1. One more. 3, 2, 1. Is that good? Thank you.
Regina, Bill, and Nubia, it's been an honor to serve with you for the last year. And just want to say that, there's something to be said for coming back in a couple of years. Like, don't think of this as like a permanent farewell. Like, just think of it as a break, okay? Like, maybe 2031, 2035 has your name on
it. Airing of grievances. They have been aired. That is the beauty of our relationship. The beauty of the relationship of a board president and a superintendent is it is a challenging position that often requires a lot of support. And whether she was holding me up or I was holding her up, somehow it always worked out for the best for the kids, which really is what it comes down to. So, thank you.
Okay, so we're just going to have like a 5-minute break. I know there's friends in the audience, family, My kids have to get to bed, so I'm going to just motion for just a 5-minute break. Do I have a second? Thank you, Edgar. And then we'll resume in about 5 minutes. Thank you. follow after that.
All right, perfect. So good evening, everyone. I just want to say a quick thank you to our board members who are leaving at the end of the year. I've only known you a few months, but all of you have been an inspiration to Scarlett and I. And so thank you so much. So yes, we're going to begin with our board recognitions. So to start, I want to send a shout out to Miss Donna Frederick and Miss Vanessa LaForest for leading our excellent 5th grade safety patrol students in celebrating Ruby Bridges National Walk to School Day. The morning kicked off with a wonderful community walk to school, made even better by joining forces with Seth Boyden. Later that afternoon, the grades attended a truly inspiring school assembly. Our 5th graders did an incredible job sharing poems and uplifting words of inspiration to honor Ruby Bridges' immense bravery and courage. We'd like to give a special shout out to Miss Frederick and Miss LaForest for their genuine dedication and commitment to making this important day an annual meaningful tradition here at Seth Boyden. Thank you so much for inspiring our students. Next, send a congratulations to Caitlin Chan, who received the Youth Leadership Award at the New Jersey Chinese Teachers Association Award presentation on December 13th. Nominated by Ms. Meng, Caitlin was honored for her exceptional leadership and dedication to promoting Chinese language and culture. As co-president of the Chinese Honor Society at Columbia High School, she has demonstrated strong organizational and collaborative skills, including co-chairing the annual induction ceremony and leading peers in recognizing academic excellence and cultural learning. We also congratulate Ms. Meng for being nominated for the 2025 NJCTA Educator of the Year Award. Ms. Meng proudly represented Columbia High School and the SOMSD Chinese teaching team at the NJCTA ceremony. And Ms. Meng was also my freshman teacher. So congratulations. Next, we are proud to recognize CHS students who were selected to the 2025-2026 New Jersey Area Symphonic Band after competitive auditions held on December 6th. Their selection reflects months of hard work, dedication, and commitment to their music. Congratulations to Kaya Masushi for playing the English horn, Julian Cabrillo for playing clarinet, Luke Witt on the tuba, Ella Levi playing the timpani, and Max Ginsberg as battery percussion. We would also like to recognize sophomore Levi Vital, who demonstrated strong musicianship and effort through the process. These students will represent Columbia High School as members of the ensemble, and their first concert will be on January 17th at Mount Olive High School. Columbia High School band program is full of talent, and we extend our thanks to the band families and music educators who have supported our classmates. And for our final recognition, congratulations to Ms. Carissa Handler on being named the 2026 New Jersey Counselor of the Year by our state's School Counselors Association. On behalf of the students at Columbia, we are proud to recognize Ms. Handler for the care, dedication, and leadership she brings to our high school community. Ms. Handler is known by students for always being there and making sure her students feel supported, from creating opportunities such as college visits and the Perseverance Breakfast, to expanding support for multilingual learners and assisting with the CHS yearbook. Ms. Handler has made a difference in students' lives. She's being honored for what students experience her as every day, counselor who truly believes in them and helps them succeed. So that brings a conclusion to the BOE recognitions. And tonight, Scarlett and I would like to discuss our student administrative internship program, as well as some information about the proposed new teacher administrative communications policy. So Scarlett is joining from Zoom, and she will speak later. So to begin, we would like to discuss current developments and a structured plan for our proposed student internship program. We brought this up briefly at the end of the last meeting, and since then we have developed our thoughts. And so the aim of the Student Administrative Support and Internship Program is to strengthen school operations at CHS while providing students with meaningful real-world experience within Columbia High School. At its core, it's intended to be a mutually beneficial program between administrators and students. And our aim for administrators is to add targeted operational support without adding complexity or, the complexity of hiring new staff. And to do that, we envision that departments within CHS will select and assign small groups of highly motivated students to department-specific project-based roles. In doing this, departments will benefit in 4 ways. Number 1 is they will be able to address certain initiatives that often go under-prioritized due to time and staff constraints. Number 2 is to increase operational efficiency without increasing permanent staffing. Number 3, improve consistency and flow on long-term projects. And making sure things get followed through. I've talked a lot about being distracted by the future during these meetings, so trying to begin some of those projects now with our students and seeing them through to the end. And number 4, avoid spreading staff too thin across one too many tasks. And in our initial proposition, we mentioned that we envision student tasks be routine and unspecialized. However, we would now like to propose that students are given project-based assignments instead. These tasks being project-based rather than routine ensures that student involvement is focused and requires less constant oversight by administrators. It is a program to increase operational efficiency. We don't want to be in a situation where administrators are spending too much time teaching students. And specialization also allows for departments to explore new areas of work, such as communications, event coordination, or fundraising support. Those are some of those items that often get overlooked. And we propose that we begin with a smaller pilot model of the program so that we can strategically expand capacity while maintaining full control over the scope of the program and the expectations of it. And like I said, it's a mutually beneficial program. It is intended to help students as well, and it provides high quality within the school year experience and career exposure that emphasizes responsibility, especially as students get older and prepare for secondary education and college. And students gain, real exposure to administrative work, opportunities to apply their individual strengths to meaningful projects that they can see get carried out and control, practical insight into career paths before college and post-secondary commitments, and most importantly, increased independence through guided ownership of said initiatives. And what this means is that students will be given supervised independence over the development of their respective projects. And what we intend to make this program so special is by harnessing the innovative and unique qualities of CHS students and providing them with student autonomy in their projects to accomplishing the long-term goals we hope to achieve within the district. So, like I said earlier, we propose we start with a smaller pilot program, and we just recently, within the past couple of days, released feedback forms to the student body, and it's only been a few days, so it's too early to make generalizing claims over student support, but the trends are very positive with, so far, 100% of respondents, in support of the program. And I believe Scarlett has some more specifics.
I just want to take a moment to say thank you to the board members who will be leaving us. Although I've been in Washington, D.C. this semester and didn't get to work with you as closely as I would have liked, I really do appreciate every opportunity I did have to work with you. So truly, thank you so much for your service and dedication. Just adding on to Penn, I want to go into a little bit more detail about how this project would work. So administrators would delegate long-term projects to students. For example, some of these projects would look like fundraising projects for sports teams, putting them in communication with parents who would want to raise money for the sports teams, finding the best software to manage scheduling of spaces for sports practices, like Ritzer versus Underhill for a sports practice, so that students can get their location of practice early, on time, and know where they're going, because that has been a concern among students. So that's just going a little bit more into detail. I don't know if Penn has anything else to add, but he covered most of my points. So thank you so much.
So yeah, one last thing real quick. I want to emphasize again the importance of harnessing the strength in our youth at CHS. It's a very, very strong public school, and there are aspects of communications and as the modern world develops that I believe young people and students are very good at, like, social media and stuff like that, and using the resources at hand to provide not only unique opportunities for students, but also unique opportunities for administrators to learn from students. And I think structuring the program like that is one very unique to our district. It would be, there's not really a path seen before. It's new, and that's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. So.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, if there's any questions about that before we transition into the communications policy, then.
Any questions? No? Okay.
Okay, perfect. So, Scarlett.
Yeah, so I just wanted to update you all on a communications policy that Penn and I are working on along with the board. We met with the policy committee and we're proposing a stronger communications policy for teachers, for teacher and student communication. First, we want to emphasize the importance of the channels through which teachers communicate with their students. I think that there has been some student concern with teachers communicating with students through channels other than just email, which seems a little bit concerning, and we just want to emphasize the importance of that. But also, we want to come up with a new policy to make sure that teachers are responding to students on time and in a timely manner. So we are proposing that, and we're currently working on that. So I'm excited. Thank you.
So, any final thoughts or questions? Thank you. Have a good night.
So we did meet with Penn and Scarlett 2 weeks? 2 weeks ago? Yeah, that's true. About the internship. 2 weeks? 2 days ago. It's about right.
Do you know what day it is?
Get out of here, Penn. And it really seems like a promising program, so we're excited. Penn and Scarlett did share some early results of the survey. I saw Mr. Adedoyan, Dr. Gilbert. Looks like out of the 120 so far, 119 want to intern in the superintendent's office. I see only one for HR, and unfortunately 0 for Dr. Gilbert. So hopefully those numbers will change. But
Are those results something that could be distributed just so we can have a sense of what they look like
no,
too?
no,
No, I'm asking you.
Penn and Scarlett just released the
Okay.
survey. We're actually going to borrow it from them to give to our departments to see how they want to utilize
Yeah.
interns. So, yeah.
So would it be for all departments then, like special services? Okay,
Yep,
great.
Okay, do you want to do your update? Superintendent update?
So Penn and Scarlett shouted out a few people, so we just want to pay them a little more attention before we move on. So let's start first with Miss Carissa Handler, New Jersey School Counselor of the Year. Carissa of Columbia High School has been selected as the 2026 New Jersey School Counselor of the Year, representing Essex County after being named this year's Remarkable County Counselor by the New Jersey School Counselors Association. She demonstrates outstanding dedication to students and a strong passion for school counseling. At Columbia, Ms. Handler supports students in grades 10 through 12 with academic planning, college and career readiness, and social emotional growth. She is known for expanding access to college opportunities, creating meaningful student recognition programs, and ensuring families feel supported and included. Ms. Handler will now advance to the national selection process as New Jersey's nominee for the 2026 National School Counselor of the Year. We hope to congratulate her next summer, but for now, we want to give her a round of applause for being the New Jersey Counselor of the Year. If you want to say a few words, we thought you might do that. So where is Mr. Sanchez? We just want to bring up Principal Sanchez just to say a couple words.
I just want to say how fortunate our students are to have Ms. Handler. It's a counseling position at Columbia High School is very different than most suburban high schools. At our high school, we have students reaching for some of the best universities in the United States of America, and they come to Ms. Handler for her expertise. Ms. Handler also is one who always is creating opportunities, working with the Achieve Foundation, for example, in making sure that our students are also well-fed, not, understanding that students who aren't feeling well or who aren't fed can't do academic as well as they can. Ms. Handler has also run a few of our college field trips with our students, again, through Achieve Foundation and other organizations, to make sure that our students have seen different opportunities. Many colleges that sometimes as parents who work 2 or 3 jobs can't take them to different opportunities across New Jersey or the tri-state area. So it's an incredible position being a counselor at CHS, and to be able to wrestle with all of that, and then to still have students say she's our trusted adult is great. So I just want to say that I'm lucky to have an incredible counseling staff, and especially with Carissa Handler being part of that staff. So Carissa, we've vanquished 20 other counties, and I'm looking to see us defeat 49 other states, Ms. Handler. So congratulations, you are a gem at Columbia High School.
And I'm sure I'm stating the obvious here, because school counselor has always been a challenging position. Since the pandemic, you could multiply that by 1,000. They are really our go-to folks for our kids that are going through stuff. And not only South Orange Maplewood School District, but across the state, we have a lot of kids going through stuff right now. So big thank you, Carissa, for all that you do. Second, and Penn noted these folks as well, I want to call out the Columbia High School Chinese program and also the team. I am pleased to announce that Columbia High School's Chinese program has been recognized at the national level as an outstanding Chinese program. In just 8 years, this program has grown from a small grant-funded initiative into a strong district-supported program serving more than 600 students in grades 6 through 12. Thanks to Ms. Mung, our dedicated world language teachers, and the leadership of Dr. Robles Fernandez, students at Columbia are gaining meaningful language skills, cultural understanding, and opportunities that extend beyond the classroom. We are joined by Ms. Mung from Columbia High School and instructors from the Chinese program. I want to make sure that Ms. Meng calls out this unbelievably nationally recognized team tonight. So everybody knows who they are. If you have young kids in this district, take a good look at this team because there's a very good chance you're going to be in their classes. Oh, we also have Rosia Lopez as well. So take a look at Rosia because if you go to Spanish route, you'll be seeing her as well. But it's quite an honor. We sat about, God, I'm shouting out timelines that are completely wrong here. I believe 2 weeks ago you brought a Chinese delegation to Columbia High School, and I just thought the conversation was wonderful. That was a really wonderful opportunity for the school. So, Ms. Meng, I'm going to ask you to say a few words and introduce your team. And if your team has some words as well, we'd love to hear from them.
Oh, is the mic
Just
on?
press the red button. Yep.
Yeah. Okay, I would say I truly appreciate the invitation to the BOE meeting for recognition of our achievement. This Outstanding Chinese Award reflects not only the strength of Chinese language program, but also the district dedication to global education, cultural understanding, and academic excellence. And I think our achievement would not be possible without the strong support of the board, the district and the school administrators, the dedication of this team, and most importantly, the enthusiasm and engagement of the students and the parents who bring the language and culture to life every day. And we look forward to continuing this meaningful work to sustain the healthy and long-term development of Chinese program and to contribute to the diverse culture of the school district and the community. Thank you so much.
Guys, if you could introduce yourself, that would be wonderful.
So my name is Jennifer Moy. I teach Chinese at Columbia High School with Ms. Meng.
I'm Miss Jane Lim. I'm teaching in both two schools. I'm at South Orange Middle School, also at Columbia High School.
Hi, my name is Jiaqi Jiang. I'm the Chinese teacher in Maplewood Middle School.
My name is May Weaver. I work in Maplewood Middle School. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Vince Chen. I teach in South Orange Middle School and also in the high school too.
Say congratulations to our Chinese program and all our teachers for this national recognition. It's unbelievable. Thank you, guys.
And I have to say, Jiayo, Jiayo.
I'm going to give Mr. Sanchez Mr. Sanchez a minute up here. So I know he's got some stuff to say about the team.
I like that you said just a minute. So there's a timer. I don't know, Mr. Bonds, you want to put a timer? No. I think what wasn't said was that this program, everyone, started in 2017. So just to put that to something to think about, 2017, and you saw these incredible educators. Not a single person said they're from the elementary school. So to think that we have an award, a nationally recognized award-winning program that really just begins in 6th grade says something that the dedication of these teachers and what they do, and we are just blessed to have them. And I want to add just one more thing. We want to thank Dr. Robles for starting this program in 2017. But what I do love about going to any world language program, regardless of the language, is how connected the students are to our teachers, how they're engaged. And I will say, which I think is very interesting, the Chinese program is one of the most diverse programs that we have. It is a program that really is something that shows the beauty of Columbia High School, different colors, different class, just, and to think about that, I think is something that's awesome. And I want to thank specifically the opportunities that this language program can have for our students. And we've invited Chinese scholars to be here. We had Taiwanese students with some of our teachers, and we hope that we can really give these students here at Columbia High School an opportunity to travel abroad as well. So thank you so much for the Board of Education for supporting these incredible teachers.
Thank you all. I'll give a quick update. Piggyback on what Principal Sanchez just said. Mr. Robles, our supervisor of language, and a couple of SLT members have been doing some exploration about bringing a dual language program to South Orange Maplewood School District. They've recently visited West Windsor and Dover to look at their Spanish immersion classrooms at the kindergarten and first grade level. So we'll continue to explore that, but this is all due to the wonderful work done in our Spanish program and also our Chinese program. So again, big thank you to both of those, especially engaging our students and increasing their interest in culture and languages. Thank you so much. We had a solid meeting with Soma Shares. I think coming out of the fundraiser last month around food, making sure we have folks and taking care of our folks that needed SNAP benefits and did not have them. Our community stepped up. Out of that work, we've made the decision to expand our food pantry program. So currently we have food pantries at Clinton Elementary and at Columbia High School. We're going to expand that to every school in the district. Our first step in this process will be working with both middle schools over the next few months and designing and then building out food pantries in those buildings. We met with Soma Shares today and both principals, and we're going to probably collaborate with some of our Eagle Scouts who have done wonderful work around the town. So we're going to start that work within in the new year. So we're excited about that, and in the spring we'll expand it to our elementary schools. I do want to shout out a couple policies that are on our agenda. Policy 2312, class size, going from a +2 to a +4. And then I also want to shout out policy 9320, which is cooperation with law enforcement. We have been doing some really good work, first led by Stanley, now led by our new Director of Safety, Paul Morgan, to really build relationships with our local police. So we're looking forward to developing that relationship moving forward and making sure our campuses are safe. It was noted earlier, some of the work that we are undergoing currently. Part of that work is the Columbia High School program of studies and the development of career pathways. When you talk to employers, when you talk to colleges and universities, you often hear 21st century skills, you often hear soft skills, executive functioning. We want kids coming out with more career readiness. We want a workforce that's ready to go as soon as they graduate high school. We believe CHS is a perfect venue for that work. And we do believe that that sort of work will also, on a selfish side, help us increase our graduation rates, help us increase our attendance rates as well, and also help increase student engagement. So we'll be launching some career pathways starting in 26-27. You'll see them in the new programs of studies that will be coming out sometime in late January, February. Just to mention a few, we'll be doing a partnership with Rutgers around health sciences, as you know, and if you look at NJDOL, Department of Labor data, it is a growing and exploding field. That's Health Science Pathway will expose kids to healthcare careers. They'll be taking a course in anatomy physiology, be taking a course in wellness, ending that course in a capstone where they're either doing work-based learning or doing a real authentic work-based project. Aviation we are bringing to the district. We ran a pilot program last summer that garnered around 25 students for a 5-day program at CHS. So we sent a couple folks out to Indianapolis to look at a new curriculum, a free curriculum, and we'll be implementing that next year. So we'll be running an aviation program, Aviation 1, Aviation 2, and Aviation 3. From a perspective of our field, we'll also be running a program that we hope will create a pipeline of teachers coming back to SOMSD. We'll be partnering with Rider University around a program called Tomorrow's Teachers. Students will be taking 3 classes, dual credit classes in the education field, and again, culminating in a capstone. As noted by Bill earlier, we're expanding our woodworking carpentry program so kids get an idea of, again, another exploding field, carpentry and construction. Business entrepreneurship, we'll be launching that. We'll be launching business marketing, a computer science pathway. I think you've heard Principal Sanchez often talk about the College Board's computer science programming. We'll be launching that full cycle. Environmental science as well. And we'll also, well, we currently are running a car tap program. We mentioned this a couple times for those of you who don't know. The automotive service program is down by about 65% in regards to employees. We are working with local car dealerships. This particular project is in Hillside, where some of our students will have the opportunity to go after school and receive training in car service, automobile technician service, for the next, I believe it's 6 months. And then we'll be, knock on wood, offered a position by a dealership. So we'll continue to work with the automotive dealerships around the area. And we're looking at a few other things in the fields of advanced manufacturing as well as supply chain management. So we're excited about that launch next year. We have launched our Transportation Action Committee. As you know, we've established a Budget Action Committee last year that I think really helped us in the development of the 25-26 budget. We're expanding that model to transportation. As you all know, I don't have to say it. We struggle in that area of transportation and busing. It is an area we can significantly improve in. We have worked collaboratively with a lot of our community members and parents who've been a value add in this process. So we're expanding the Community Budget Action Committee to a Transportation Action Committee. Applications are online right now. I know a lot of people have already applied. So we'll be launching that committee in the new year. Take a hard look at our routing, our bus lengths, our bus trips, things of that nature. So we'll make sure those notes are posted on the website as we meet with that committee. We did have a meeting of the Children's Cabinet this month as well. That continues to grow. We are at about 32 different organizations currently. Again, just to remind folks, Children Cabinet is really just a mechanism to try to fill in the gaps of service that may be out there for our children from cradle to job. Obviously, as in the education field, we have a certain lens. However, there are other organizations out there, whether it's the YMCA, whether it's you know, a minefield of other organizations that are doing just wonderful work with kids that we don't know what each other are doing. We need to know what each others are doing. I think we could be a lot more effective in that manner. So the Children's Cabinet is just a way to synergize the great energy that's already happening in Maplewood and South Orange for services that afford our kids a better life, and bringing those services together under one committee so we can be a lot more powerful and a lot more effective in serving children from cradle to job. And as we noted last year, and I just noted when we talked about how important school counselors are, you know, there's becoming more and more of a need for health services, especially mental health services for our students. And we're hoping the Children's Cabinet will play an important role in getting those services to our students. I do want to speak briefly about the budget. I know Amani is going to talk about it. We are literally witnessing the devastation that an inadequate state funding formula can cause. We've been talking about this for now a year and a half. We have gone down to Trenton to advocate. If we are looking around, we are seeing districts like West Orange. We are seeing districts like Montclair. And as you go down south, Berkeley, Toms River, Asbury, you name them, being ripped apart. The latest, obviously, is Montclair. They've been in the headlines for the past month now. We are doing everything we can in our power, and again, this goes back to the strength of an effectively working board, which we're lucky enough to have, in regards to not end up like Montclair or West Orange. That work will include some difficult decisions. That work needs to be strategic and also needs to be data-driven. So, we are looking to maintain staffing and especially student-facing programming. So that means we're taking a hard look at what positions are open, what positions are needed. We're looking to utilize transfers again this year. Last year, we had the opportunity to move around 40 individuals. That saved the district around $6 million, $5.5, $6 million. Those positions usually would have been filled with new hires. And we're going to continue that work. Mr. Moody's going to also comment on a lot of other strategies that we're looking at to hopefully keep a solid budget and to make sure we can develop a balanced budget for the 26-27 school year. So I will turn that over to the president, and I think the president will then turn it over to Amani. You want me to go right to Amani? Amani, I'm going right to you.
Okay, I'm not the president, but I am the business administrator. And I think I'll start off, since you began speaking to the budget challenges that we're all facing across the state. I will begin with the budget presentation that we have teed up. And our amazing IT department is throwing that up onto the screen for me. Thank you. I guess you can put it on the, yeah, all right, slideshow mode. Thank you. And, I want to start out by saying my own appreciation and thanks and gratitude to departing board members and the rest of the board, just because, I will say that the board has been, I think, unique to historical boards in South Orange Maplewood. I only know the board that I've sat with, but the fact that we've been able to engage and communicate and collaborate with decorum and shared goals through many a challenge is, it just emanates throughout the district in terms of the decision-making when it's set, when that tone is set. So I wanted to articulate my appreciation to you for that effort through tough decisions. And Superintendent's talking about tough decisions. We have to continue to engage in really strong self-analysis and tough decisions. And so thank you for that. That's, folks are citing their father today. My father's passing was the anniversary of his passing was a couple of days ago, and that's one of the things that he was big on. He was actually a civil rights activist as well. We have to talk about that. So thank you for that. So our current financial reality, as the superintendent spoke on, is everyone's facing the forces at play that create a structural deficit. And that's why we're titling this budget presentation, and really throughout the year, as Bridging the Gap, South Orange Maplewood School District's path from fiscal cliff to financial sustainability, because that's the vision set forth, and that's what we're here to achieve. Next slide. So facing that reality and understanding the forces at play that do create a fiscal cliff, you have to really look at historical decisions, things that have set us up to today, historical decisions that were the right decisions at the time, really, to use some of the reserves, and we had a precipitous decline in reserves as we were trying to fight these battles and fund our educational efforts. This is a story we've been telling all year. Essentially, we had a precipitous decline in unassigned fund balance from $32 million down to $14 million. People hear $32 million and they think there's a piggy bank in the district, but that's not true. And we had a tremendous decline, and then our capital reserves and maintenance reserves also declined, and even up to and including the prior year where we had to use some of our maintenance reserve to fund our budget, and we had to really go into reserves and then continue to face the fact that on the revenue side of the equation, we're capped. We're capped in terms of our tax levy. We're capped at 2%. State aid was a bit uncertain as well. We can move on to the next slide. So in the interest to actually save money and direct funds towards educational outcomes, the prior administrations, did do a lot of outsourcing. They went out and retained the services of external companies, right? And so that makes for an initial savings, but then those savings go away over time. So what we found in becoming, leaders of this district is that everything that could be outsourced was outsourced. So then that's a bit limiting in what you can do because you have to engage in, or you're subject to the contractual commitments. We also have, the desire and need to appropriately compensate our teaching staff and our staff internally within the district. So we have tough decisions to make with contractual obligations around where we direct our funds. And again, reserve depletion. So a lot of outsourcing saves in the short term, but then with inflation and contractual obligations, those costs go up. Next slide.
Oh, excuse me, just 1 second, Mr. Moody.
Yeah.
I just wanted you to know we're just being mindful of time this evening.
Sure.
So,
I will put my pedal to the metal.
okay, thanks. Yeah, maybe like 5 more minutes.
Nice.
Thank
All right,
you.
I love it. So moving forward quickly, again, on this slide, what I'll call to your attention is the projected revenue expenditure gap analysis, right? In the business office, we are really engaged in improving our lens, widening our lens, looking forward, and projecting as far into the future as we can project. So a large part of what we're doing here is doing the look at the Q1 actuals, making a projection for the 25-26 fiscal year, and then projecting forward based on what we know is likely to the 26-27 year. And what we did there, and we did that analysis after Q1, what we find is that we're projecting a $7.7 million funding gap. So again, I've said it, savings down, revenue capped, expenses rising. Next slide. So we have to engage in a strategic transformation. We're taking a look at all externally contracted services. We are bringing services back into district where possible. We're optimizing contracts, engaging in gradual internalization where possible. Of course, that's always a cost-benefit analysis. But I tell you, when you have internal staff that are performing these services, you improve your ability for quality control and your commitment to improvement. So it makes for a longer-term cost savings. Next slide. So our immediate action plan has been cost control and efficiency measures. I do want to spend a little bit of time here because what we're doing here is we're having to change organizational behavior. We've talked about the fact that we engaged in zero-based budgeting. That's where we widened the conversation around who's actually putting in information and their perspective on the budget process. We're engaging in instruction around the district. We're paying attention to more voices, the boots on the ground at the schools, at department heads, and then coming up with our very meticulously crafted budgets. But then we have to, monitor the billing associated with those budgets. So we engage in thoughtful budgeting, but then we have to actually pay attention line by line to the billing as it comes in to make certain we're not going over the limits we've been set. And renewing that discipline is really tough. And bringing folks into that process is the most important work for budget management that has to happen. You know, largely in the business office, our job is to hold up a mirror to the district and show itself what it's doing. But then we have to polish that mirror and make certain that we're taking a really hard, tough look at how billing is coming in, how funds are being expended, and then make tough decisions and make cuts and make adjustments of priorities with that new knowledge of how things are really proceeding, and then move along a pathway to growth. Growth in efficiency and growth in revenue and mitigation of expenses. So I'll say here that a large part of that process was to monitor the billing. We're currently engaged in quarterly projections each quarter. We're always refining those projections so that we can know where this money is going, and we're attempting to enhance awareness around our financial reporting, improving the information that we present to the board, and really enhancing our ability to have self-awareness about what's actually taking place so we can make strategic decisions and meticulous choices so that we can avoid crisis later. Next slide. So as we do that, folks will know that we went through the hard process of taking a fresh look at our health insurance coverage. We knew that it was likely the state plan is going to grow by 31%. We had only budgeted much less than that. And a shift to a different plan that's same or better and has the same networks, 95% overlap in networks, was a really strong choice and actually is going to serve to limit. Our projected limitation for expenditures there is bringing it down to about 11%. And that was a tough undertaking, and it was a collaborative process. So I applaud both the board and district leadership and staff for walking along that journey to that change for Jan 1. That's one where we're projecting at $1 million in savings. We also engaged in a budget freeze earlier in the process this year, November budget freeze. But what that means is we now are repurposing those funds based on what was unexpended in November. This is the tough work that is required to move the district along and get to a place where we're engaging in savings and efficiency. Next slide. So here, probably tough for you guys to see this, but I'll just briefly go over this. This is kind of a list of some of the decisions that we're making and the operational changes that we're making over the course of the 25-26 school year. The superintendent mentioned the robust effort with HR, business office, and senior leadership team to move positions around the district and attempt to gain some impact there. So we're projecting about a $2 million savings in salaries through that work. Special ed transportation, we've made some changes there, so we've got some projections around what's possible to achieve in the way of surpluses there. And then there's some shortfalls that are happening as well. We have been attempting to right-size our distribution of paraprofessionals, but we're over by projected $876,000 on that line. So these things, we're achieving some successes. We're also attempting to stem the tide of shortfalls. But where we are now is that we're projecting basically about $3.7 million in surpluses, $3.3 million in shortfalls. So we've moved the needle about $400K. The work continues. We're projecting that $7.7 million budget deficit for next year, but our work continues to really evaluate potential strategies to contribute in this 25-26 budget year to the 26-27 shortfall that we're projecting. That's the work. Next slide. So along those lines, and I've received a side eye from the president of the, so I'm going to continue to move more quickly. But what I'll say is there's action plans afoot. We're workshopping these ideas we're talking about adjustments to courtesy busing for the transportation circumstances and optimizing those and achieving some savings. We're talking about strategic staffing decisions. We are talking about, repurposing the funds that were the savings that came from the November 1st spending freeze. Enhanced special ed monitoring to make certain that services are going to the right students and are efficiently administered. So we're going through this with a whole host of ideas, including revenue generation initiatives, energy cost reduction initiatives, new bell schedules, 6-period adjustments, hazardous routes, subscription busing, class sizes, and evaluating the Columbia High School course catalog. We're looking all around because we have to do that in order to explore opportunities to not experience those things that our neighbors are experiencing. Next slide. We are also, as was mentioned earlier, embarking upon an environmental sustainability initiatives through our Energy Savings Improvement Plan initiative, and we're looking to take a fresh look at how we can achieve longer-term savings through HVAC efficiency, high-efficiency lighting, and building improvements, solar panels, and the like. Thank you, Board Member Gifford, for bringing that to the table as well. Next slide. So, in this final slide, we're talking about a roadmap to success because that's what we're targeting, and then we're doing the hard work to be self-reflective and make tough decisions. And this is kind of a timeline of that. We've been engaging in assessment and planning, strategy development, implementation and monitoring, and towards the achievement of financial stability. It requires budget planning and monitoring in the 25-26 year, extending our lens and budget planning for the 26-27 year this early, but then also up to and including building a long-term strategic plan that looks out or aligning a long-term financial plan to the strategic plan that's forthcoming in order to have long-term financial stability. So that's what we're seeking here. Budget presentation done. Now, I do want to mention, if you can actually put up a Ritzer timeline, I'd like to go into the Ritzer timeline. So we've been moving along our progress along our planning to do the great work that we've been evaluating for the Ritzer Field. And that process it began long ago, but we continue with that process. The timeline will be up shortly, but I'm just going to go into it. Folks know from the prior presentation, as you can see here, we've got site investigation was a major part of the early process, and that was October and November. We've been moving forward into the design and development phase, and the design and development phase has involved boring holes into the Ritzer Field to do testing, environmental testing, to test the groundwater and the chemical makeup of that groundwater, to inform the process of setting parameters for the drainage that's being planned. So we've been hitting milestones every week. The last meeting, we identified the fact that in December, there'd be a lot of milestones hit around testing and analysis. All of that work is ongoing. The last several days, there are machines that folks may have noticed on the field that are boring holes deep into the soil as far as they can go to do that testing and send information out to labs to inform their design work. So that's been happening. This week, there's also a crew on site to stake out the fields yesterday, today, and the day before, and also to assess and make certain to preserve Project Adventure and adjust parameters such that we don't have to touch that as well.
Just real quick, the arborist has also finished their inventory and report, so they'll be submitting that report within the next 2 weeks.
Absolutely, thank you for that. So moving forward in the process, in design and development, and it also dovetails with our effort to, having to manage the accounting and finance and the audit. I'll just briefly say that the audit has come to completion. We actually signed off on all of the audit paperwork today for submission tomorrow. So we have a completion of another successful audit. The new guidance came out 3 days ago, which stated that the due date is January 15th, so we're well ahead of the due date. But in the process of doing the work for the audit, we had to take a really a really granular, detailed look at the closeout of the proceeds of the bond sale. As folks know, there was $187 million of bonds issued over the last 5 years or so, and those projects have come to completion. There's still a little bit more work to do, but in that analysis work, we found that there were some unexpended balances there across an array of projects that we were even able to repurpose towards the early design work on the Richard Field. So that's a success as well. So we're moving forward with that design and development phase, and up to and including submission to the Maplewood Planning Board. That submission is underway in advance of their January meeting. So that's where we are in that process. I won't go too much further into that because I also want to bring our attention to the budget calendar, if the time permits. Okay? All right. Budget calendar, folks. Well, I'll begin speaking on the budget calendar. Budget calendar is long and detailed, but as we are at December 18th, we've made it through October and November and into December milestones. During this month of November and December, we've engaged in a comprehensive process of meeting with our principals around the district and our early meetings with department heads. We're refamiliarizing them with the systems, getting them to put in their perspectives on their needs at the building level. We're also coordinating the process of working with department heads to get in their perspectives around needs for the 26-27 year budget. The beauty is, having come through a process of implementation of a requisition system and then a targeted spending freeze for November 1st, folks are increasingly familiar with their budget lines and what their needs are. And so it informs their ability to actually make their projections for next year. So it's a continuous process. So we move out through those milestones, November and December. If you can advance the screen down to like the November, December area. Thank you. So, then we're at that place, as I just mentioned, where we made it through doing a Q1 actual full year projection that is informing our projected shortfall analysis. And then we're at the federal single audit and the state single audit. We're at that inflection point now where we've submitted. There will be an audit presentation coming up in January or February, but we're on good schedule for that. We continue with the superintendent is doing program of study revisions with departments.
Can you scroll a little bit more for us, for the people at home?
Yep.
Thank you. Yeah, so we can get to the later
So we can get to
months.
those dates. You see how December, actually,
Other
the
direction.
other direction, moving down through the calendar.
Perfect, yep,
Yes,
thank you.
keep on going, keep on going. So we're right around, December. You can keep on going as well, down to when superintendent and I review instructional and operational budgets. We're looking to get those finalized and finalize those submissions. The deadlines were there, but they're still coming in. We'll be finalizing that just before the holiday break. And then we'll go to a presentation of the audit in early January. And then we begin continue the work of interfacing with the board, presenting them with their data request and analysis, and then making tough decisions around the structure of our budget moving forward. Up through February, where we were fine, and then we look to finalize our budget and make a presentation to the community and to the board, and then finalize our budget prior to, or once we receive the guidance from the governor's budget address, then and we continue to deliberate, and then around the latter part of March and into April is where we do our submission. The budget calendar is formally on the website for everyone's viewing pleasure and to follow along through this process. It's helped us to shape our movements. And with that, I'm going to bring this to a close. But we're on track, but we have tough decisions to make. Thank you.
Thank you, and I just want to mention that this budget calendar was also worked on collaboratively with the board, and this month we did work on, which I think is listed in the calendar, but we did work on giving the district those ongoing questions that board members typically ask so that there can be structure year over year with the type of questions, the type of answers to prepare for us in advance, so we're not always bugging you. So thank you, that was great, I appreciate it. So now we'll go to, oh, sorry, did you have a question? Sorry, I forgot. Yes, go on ahead.
Thank you very much. That was a very sobering presentation. We're going to have a lot of work to do over the next couple months. I just want to say that I think actually state aid for the next year might be a little bit better than it was for this current school year, and a little bit better than the $600,000 estimate you had baked into the budget estimate for the coming school year. The reason I think that are that, you know, our school district is under-aided by $1.6 million for this current school year, meaning we're getting $1.6 million less than the statute says we should be getting. And with a deficit like that, it's kind of harder to go down. So maybe we'll have a rebound next year. And the state's own income taxes are coming in very strongly. The income taxes so far for the state are up by 11%. And the governor's estimate, you know, a few months ago was only a 3% growth. So, you know, with that very vigorous revenue growth, I think there should be a lot of state aid left over for districts like us. And unlike West Orange, like we get zero in equalization aid. So that's bad for us, but it means you can't get less than zero. So perhaps state aid will be a little better than we think for extraordinary aid and the K-12 OPEX aid. And maybe, of course, we're going to have a deficit, but maybe it'll be a bit less than 7.7 million.
Also do want to call out, as you recall, we met with our county BA and county superintendent last year, who really made the mandate that we put 2% back into our savings every year for the next 3 to 4 years. So I know Monty just showed you about a 7.7 gap. You need to add another 2% onto that because we have to start building our coffers back up.
Okay, no other questions? Okay, great. Moving right along. I will be quick with my board president update. Just want to highlight some things from the calendar year, not school year, of 2020. I wrote 2026 here. 2025. Just acknowledging some of the boards and districts' milestones. So our 25-26 school year budget did not have any reductions in force. Our SOMEA and ASCA contracts were settled this year, which was great. And SOMEA in particular, having one of the best salaries in the county. Thank you very much. Freshman Academy was reimagined and relaunched this year with our superintendent leading the charge in partnership with CHS leadership. I don't know, is Mr. Sanchez still here? Well, shout out to him and our SLT to better support our 9th graders. As our BA mentioned, we transitioned to a new health insurance plan, saving us a lot of money and preventing some financial burdens for next year. That 37% increase would have been really crippling for us. Work to continue efforts to finish our 2019 LRFP capital project, Ritzer Field. Tonight we vote on approving engineering and design services provided by Spiesel Architectural Group, as we continue to provide the NJDOE with the necessary documentation, as our BA mentioned. So that is to be passed tonight. Also implementing our K-9 phone ban to further prevent distractions in the classroom and on school grounds. Related to smartphone access, tonight we are accepting $28,257 in grant funds from the NJDOE Phone Free Schools program to support those efforts, which can only be used for phone storage solutions that enable secure restriction of student access, such as Yonder pouches. And shout out to Board Member Callahan for being a great supporter, proponent, and making sure that things like this are on our radar. So thank you. And then also, something that the district will also be sending out soon in a correspondence, we are going to push our five-year strategic plan community sessions to March 16th, April 15th, and May 11th. Those will be in the evening. This will enable the district and the community to have a clearer picture of the 26-27 school year budget, as well as the forthcoming 3 years. So we want to make sure that we have some more data on that before we do our meetings. So the district will be sending out a correspondence with the RSVP link, right? You're going to do another, yeah, great. And I'm going to keep it at that. So next I'll do the board president's statement. The school board meeting is a business meeting in public and not a meeting with the public. Oftentimes it may appear to members of our audience that the Board of Education takes action with very little comment, and in many cases a unanimous vote. Before a matter is placed on the agenda at a public meeting, it has thoroughly been reviewed by the administration, the superintendent of schools, and the Board of Education, after which it is placed on the agenda for board discussion and action at a public meeting. Hearing of individuals and delegations. Thank you for coming in person and joining us online this evening. The South Orange Maplewood Board of Education values public involvement and respects that you've taken the time to address the boards at tonight's meeting. Friendly reminder to please be respectful as we take into consideration your valuable input, which will inform future deliberations and work by the Board of Education and its committees. The board does have time limits by policy, and it will be enforcing those to enable as many people to speak as possible. Each individual will be given 3 minutes to speak. First public comment period is limited to 1 hour, with priority given to items on the agenda. Second public comment may be limited to 30 minutes. Please remember to say your full name and town where you reside. Nicole Burns.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Nicole Burns. I have been the secretary at Montrose School since November of 2019 with the then principal Benita Samuels. From my interview, I was immediately connected with Montrose. I found comfort in my work that made it never really feel like work. I have a great work-home balance. The little ones kind of make it less like a job, more fun. My children are much older in college and in the workforce. My job is rewarding and I value those blessings. I love being part of the foundation of our young community and working with an incredible staff. As I stated, I joined Montrose in the fall of 2019. I supported the program through COVID and recovery to a sense of normalcy. Then through turmoil and absence of a dedicated administrator. I provided stability to a revolving door of administrators in the absence of a permanent administrator, and even further, fully committed myself to Mr. Johnson when he assumed the position as interim. I've been the constant at Montrose. On more than several occasions, have been addressed as the glue that held us together in the eyes of many storms. These remarks have come from the community, colleagues, and administration alike. So my first question is, why would I be pulled from something that I am so passionate about and finally is working so well? After the initial and quite frankly shocking meeting with HR on the afternoon of 12/9 informing me of my transfer, I was able to secure a meeting with Mr. Bing and my union representative. In that meeting, Mr. Bing initiated the conversation stating that budget cuts are everywhere, much like how he was addressing us earlier regarding Montclair as an example. When I asked why me, he said that there was only room in the budget for 2 salaries, referring to mine and the newly appointed Dr. Santos, and that now there would only be room for 1. I asked him about the grant, which is the PEA grant for preschool, if that was what he was referring to that was being cut. And he stated yes, that only 2 get funded. I referenced knowing differently and seeing in the October agenda all of the employees that are paid through the PEA. Everyone at Montrose, other than 3 special ed teachers and our child study team, are paid through the grant. So it didn't make sense to me. I spoke of how much I love my position at Montrose and how sad it would be to be removed, especially in the time frame I was given. Mr. Bing said he would do some research and get back to me on Friday. This was last week. Today is Thursday, almost a week later, and I only heard back from him today because the YMCA, who provide before and after care in our building, wrote a letter to the board supporting me and how important my role is at Montrose to them. I also sent a thank you note as a follow-up, an email to our meeting last Thursday, and provided the documentation from the October agenda, including showing all staff, including mine, paid from the PEA grant through June 2026. A follow-up email was sent later yesterday afternoon from HR confirming that they were moving forward with the transfer. Has there even been a posting for the vacancy in facilities to address the operational needs? For clarification.
Nicole, I just want to let you know you're at time.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to let you know you're at time.
I'm at time. Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, next we will have Daniel Kaplan.
Good evening. My name is Daniel Kaplan, live in Maplewood. I'm here tonight to speak about the recent anti-Semitic incident at Columbia High School. As you know, this latest incident occurred on November 12th. However, it was not reported to the Maplewood Police Department until November 18th, and only to the community last weekend. That delay raises serious and troubling questions. Would the community have even been informed about this incident at all if anti-Semitism were not so painfully visible in the world right now? If 15 Jews hadn't been slaughtered in Australia for simply celebrating Hanukkah? It was a throwaway line in Mr. Sanchez's email to the community. What message does it send to Jewish students when acts of hate that are directed at them are not treated as urgent? This delay is not just concerning, it's not compliant with New Jersey state law, the Uniform State Memorandum Agreement between education and law enforcement officials, as well as BOE policies 5512 on harassment, intimidation, and bullying, and 8465 on hate crimes and bias-related acts. These policies exist to protect students and ensure timely action. They were not followed. What makes this even more troubling is that this is not an isolated failure. Nearly the exact same pattern occurred 2 years ago at CHS. In December of 2023, anti-Semitic graffiti was discovered multiple times. The first incident was found on December 12th, not reported to police until the 14th, at which point it was disclosed that it was actually the third incident that had occurred since December 4th. Additional swastikas and graffiti were reported on December 15th, 20th, 22nd, and 23rd, yet police notification was repeatedly delayed, sometimes for days, sometimes until after the weekend, and in one case only after a reminder that swastikas must be reported to the police when they're found. The incidents on the 22nd and 23rd were not reported until December 27th. The response to this most recent incident was even slower than all of those incidents from 2 years ago. This stands in stark contrast to how a similar incident was handled on January 5th, 2024, under Acting Principal Bodnar, when police were notified the same day and families were promptly informed that day as well. That response demonstrated that timely, compliant action is possible when leadership treats these incidents with the seriousness that they demand. Given this history, it is difficult to avoid the conclusion that ensuring Jewish students and their families feel safe has not been treated as a priority at CHS. That is unacceptable. So I ask, where is the accountability? An administrator who mishandled multiple anti-Semitic incidents 2 years ago now appears to be even less compliant with required protocols. What corrective steps are being taken to ensure this does not continue? I want to be clear about the human impact of this. It has been exhausting to be Jewish in Soma over the past few years. The lack of visible allyship from parts of the broader community has been painful, but the lack of leadership from those entrusted with our children's safety is something else entirely. It is unacceptable and it must be addressed immediately. Jewish students deserve to feel safe, their families deserve transparency, and this community deserves leadership that follows the law, follows policy, and takes anti-Semitism seriously every time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Kelly Moore.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Moore, and I've been a teacher at Montrose for the past 7 years. During my time at Montrose, our school has been a revolving door of teachers, staff, and administrators. The one constant that we've had through all the ups and downs over the last few years has been Nikki Burns, our secretary. Recently, we found out that when we return from our holiday break, a valued member of our staff will no longer be there. Nikki is an important part of our staff, and as many know, the administrative assistant in a school is one of the most important roles. They keep things running smoothly, and if you don't have the right person in the job, things can fall apart quickly. I ask that you please reconsider taking Nikki from us and making it so that we have to go through another loss and change at Montrose. Thank you. Would it be okay if I read the rest of Nikki's statement in the time remaining?
Yeah, sure, go for it.
Okay. For clarification, I am one of 2 secretaries for preschool. I am the Montrose School Building Secretary, and the other is the Preschool Department Secretary. Up until this past summer, she was housed in central office. I started with the district November 2019. She started October 2020. I have 11 months seniority in the district over her and full knowledge of how Montrose School operates. No one from the district has been willing to communicate the alleged grant-related cuts or why I was chosen. If there are changes that were made with the grant, please share the information or an explanation if there have not been cuts. Based on the information I've given and with the support of the community, staff, and colleagues, I'm simply asking that you decline the transfer request on line 4888C, or at the very least, table it until further information can be provided. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Next, we have Rocio Lopez.
Hello, Rocio Lopez, South Orange and Maplewood school teacher and SOMEA president. Listening to my colleagues, yes, if we have money for a grant for a secretary that is already paid by the state, why do we need to do these cuts or these changes? If we can actually avoid it, I will appreciate it. We don't need to change in the middle of the school year, the middle of the school year, a school that is working well. You know, it makes a difference for the students, especially when they're that young. But today, you know, I'm not coming to talk about that necessarily. I'm coming to talk about it's another year, it's another board, it's another change, right? So for the 3 board members that you are about to go, thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your 3 years. We have our ups and downs. You know, we have moments where, you know, we support each other, and we have moments where we have seen each other's head to head. And no matter what, at the end of the day, you know, we're educators. And as an educator myself, as a person that I believe in spirituality, I believe we're all here to learn. That's our journey in this life, because what else do we have in this life if it's not learning? And that's the reason why I suppose many of us do the job that we do. So I brought you a little something. I want you all, for your journeys, to align with your chakras. For the females. For the males, I actually give you some kind of like bracelets that are gonna kind of take care of yourselves, some good spirituality. This is the kind of things I believe. People doesn't know some things about me, but I want to, for the ones that stay here, we need you to, you know, be better, heal. And for the ones that are leaving, you know, we want you the best, and we want you to heal, and we want you to be able to leave all the pressure that you had during these 3 years here and continue with your lives. So SOMEA wants to thank you for your job. We thank you for the contract. Again, that doesn't mean that we're happy with everything, but we thank you for the contract, because at the end of the day, our salaries are more aligned to the salaries of people in Essex County. And we're gonna wish you the best. So I brought you some bracelets for everybody that is sitting over there, and I also brought you some cards. So when I walk, I'm gonna walk, and I'm gonna take my last minute to take 1 card for each, read it. If it resonates for you, keep it for yourselves, and we wish you, you know, happy holidays and a great new year to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Rocio. And I'm all into the chakras. I believe in that, so I'm excited for my card. okay, we have two more in person, and that's Rebecca Shear and Zach Kearns. No, no, it's fine, we're good. Okay, Rocio, you have 30 seconds. Yeah, you can come on up.
Should I start? I don't want to interrupt anything. Can you guys?
Thank you. We can hear you. Yes.
All right. Okay. Hi, my name is Becky Shear. I'm a Maplewood resident. I am a mom to two boys who are at school in the district. One's a freshman at CHS and one is in 5th grade at Tuscan. And I first want to thank Nubia, Regina, and Bill for their service to our district for the past 3 years. We'll really miss you, and thank you so much. I'm here to talk in support of the ranked choice voting resolution that I think is on the agenda tonight. I want to thank Jeff for introducing this and for all the hard work and research that he's put into this. For some background, ranked choice voting passed, this resolution passed in favor of it passed unanimously in both Maplewood and South Orange governing bodies. So there's broad support for this amongst our elected officials already. Ranked choice voting means, in the context, I think, of our school district with multiple candidates, that candidates will need to appeal to more than one group of voters. Even if a candidate won't be their first choice, they can still vie to be their voter's second or third. For this reason, it also works to encourage voters to vote for individual candidates rather than to blanket vote for a slate, which often happens in our elections in this district. So both of these things will lead to a less contentious election climate, which I think many agree, no matter who you support in a BOE race, would be a welcome change in our school board races. And also now that New Jersey has gotten rid of the ballot line in its primary ballots, which would give priority ballot placement to a single candidate, since we don't have that anymore, we're now seeing many more candidates run in our primary elections. And with this, we're seeing a lot, like for instance, we have, I think, 12 candidates running in this primary for our special congressional election. And with this, we're seeing a lot of new interest in ranked choice voting with both the public and in our state legislature. So passing this resolution would really put our BOE on the forefront in what is going to be a really big movement in our state. So I ask you all, I hope you all will vote in support of this resolution. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Last in person, and then we have one online, is Zach Kearns. Thank you.
Hello, thank you. My name is Zach Kearns. I'm a resident of South Orange and here to also speak in favor of the ranked choice voting resolution. Ranked choice voting would allow voters to rank candidates in order of preference, a change from our current winner-take-all system, and potentially provide an antidote to the toxic polarization, vote splitting, seesaw effect, and bullet voting that can happen in a lot of contested elections with a lot of candidates, and especially toxic elections. Voters would rank their candidates in order of their preference, and when a candidate has received enough support to meet a certain threshold, in the case of, say, 3 seats are up for election, that would be, they'd have to get at least 25% of the vote, each of them. After that point, there'd be some math based on the number of votes they get beyond what they need that would be proportionally given to their voters' next choice. And that would keep going on until you have 3 candidates that each have at least 25% of the support of the community that is voting. Because candidates want voters to rank them, it would encourage them to reach out to voters who they might not be their preferred candidate. It would encourage them to do more coalition building and reaching out to new voters outside of their base, taking powerful steps to reduce toxic polarization in our elections. In a multi-winner election, this could allow for a more diverse selection of candidates that represent a larger portion of the community and creating candidates who are collaborative and comfortable reaching outside of their constituency. Across the state, 9 municipalities, including Maplewood and South Orange, have passed resolutions in support of ranked choice voting, sending a clear message to Trenton of the broad support of this opportunity. This board could be the first in the state to lead the charge and pass a similar resolution, sending a message to the legislature and the NJSBA that this is a desired change. I urge the board to pass this resolution and chart a new path, giving voters in New Jersey the choice to use ranked choice voting, showing support for elections that could bring communities together rather than divide them. And take a last little bit to give a background. The enabling legislation is really focused on the choice to use ranked choice voting. No municipality or board to be forced to use it. Each one would have to adopt it by a vote of the actual voters, not the board, not the city council. The voters would have to choose to use it. So it would be a choice. Thank you for your time and for your service on the board.
Thank you so much, Zach. Very informative. Okay, to Zach and Rebecca, thank you. So online, Jane Conrad. Is she online? Okay, so then that completes Public Speaks. We are going to skip committee reports tonight because it's already pretty late. So just a reminder that all of the recaps are online. Oh, wait, sorry, hold on. We do still have someone online, and it is Mayor Cullum. So can we bring her up, please? She's been very patient.
I'm here. Can you guys hear me? I'm still here.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
I am certainly grateful of your service after 3 hours. So I just had some prepared remarks. Good evening, all. My name is Sheena Collum, and I'm proud to serve as mayor of South Orange. I'm here this evening simply to say thank you, to acknowledge and honor the service of 3 individuals who have given so much of themselves to this district: Nubia Duvall Wilson, Regina Eckert, and Bill Gifford. Serving on the Board of Education is not just a public role, it is a personal commitment. It requires long hours, difficult conversations, and countless moments where time with family, friends, and personal pursuits are set aside in service of students, parents, educators, and the many stakeholders who care deeply about our schools. Each of you made that sacrifice willingly and with intention, and our communities are so much stronger because of it. From the municipal perspective, I want to recognize the communication and partnership you fostered. Strong school districts and strong municipalities are inseparable, and your collaborative approach, mutual respect, and willingness to engage meaningfully set an important example, especially for our young people who are watching and learning every day what leadership can look like and should look like. Nubia, I am deeply grateful for your leadership as president of the board, leadership of which there is so much to be proud of. Our friendship spans more than a decade, and I still remember the first moment I met you at a Community Coalition on Race event. From that day forward, your integrity, compassion, and courage were unmistakable. You are a role model in both your personal and professional life, particularly through your advocacy for survivors. You have an inner strength that shines incredibly bright. It has been an honor to serve alongside you and call you a friend. Regina, you have been a steady and principled presence, never loud, but incredibly powerful. I know a workaholic when I see one, and while many of your contributions may have happened quietly, I see them. Your passion for serving all students, your attention to detail, and your laser focus strengthen this district in ways that may not always be visible, but are deeply felt and profoundly important. And Bill, your service represents something truly special. You are a shining example for this generation and future generations of students who have grown up in this town and can see themselves one day giving back to the very system that invested in them. That continuity, that sense of belonging and responsibility is powerful and enduring. And yay for the solar panels, the sun and the planet appreciate you as well. I want to close by saying this. Our school district has incredible potential. We all know it. I am confident that by continuing to work together, by recommitting ourselves to positive, honest conversations, by seeing one another first and foremost as neighbors and never adversaries, we will be better stewards of our children's school experience. When all stakeholders come together with respect, empathy, and shared purpose, we create not just stronger schools, but a stronger, more unified community. Happy holidays to everyone, and I look forward to the work ahead in the new year.
Thank you so much, Sheena. We appreciate you so much and your mentorship and leadership. Okay, now that officially completes Public Speaks. As I said, we're skipping committee reports and we're going to go straight to the action portion. Jeff, I know you had some words you wanted to share right on RCV. So why don't I just first officially have Mr. Moody read the resolutions into record and then we'll go to the open. Okay.
Sure, thank you. The board should be ready to take action on action items, resolutions 4888 through 4900, many of which have been preliminarily discussed by others here. So proceed.
Thank you. The ranked choice voting resolution that we're voting on tonight is asking New Jersey School Boards Association to support a pending bill that would legalize electing school boards and town councils by multi-winner ranked choice voting as an alternative to the existing plurality block vote system. As for the substance of what these terms mean, plurality block vote, or just block vote, is a voting system that elected all of us and every other board in New Jersey. It's a very simple system that says that the candidates getting the most votes win. In these elections, there's no ranking of candidates, and all votes count equally, from one made with complete confidence to one made reluctantly, perhaps a strategic anti-vote against a strongly disliked candidate. By contrast, multi-winner ranked choice voting, which is also known as proportional ranked choice voting or single transferable vote, has voters rank candidates from 1 to however many candidates are running. So in a 10-candidate field, like 1 through 10. It's a kind of proportional representation and awards seats in accordance to a grouping's share of the electorate. In a 3-winner election like our board uses, a group would get a seat for every 25% of the votes it gets. So 25% support equals 1 seat, 50% support equals 2 seats, and 75% support would mean 3 seats. Like in single-winner ranked choice voting, votes from last-place finishers are redistributed. But in multi-winner ranked choice voting, votes are also redistributed from the top-place finishers. So votes above 25% are considered surplus votes, and they're redistributed. You might be wondering, why ask permission for this change? Why go against if it ain't broke, don't fix it? Well, maybe our system isn't always broken, but it doesn't always work either. One advantage of multi-winner ranked choice voting is that there's no advantage for a trio running against a singleton or a duo. Right now, because of voting dynamics, a singleton would have a hard time beating a trio unless all of their supporters bullet vote. A singleton could actually win an election by 5 points, and if only 19% of their voters don't bullet vote, they would lose. They come in 4th place. Another advantage is that ranked choice voting can handle a field of any size. From time to time, we have a very big field here. In 2018, we had 11 candidates. In ranked choice voting, you would just rank them 1 through 11. and like, let the system work it out. There's no need to strategically vote for like candidates you think have a chance to win, even if you don't like them. Related to that, like if you have a big field, what if you have 4 or 5 ideologically similar candidates running against like, 2 candidates or 3 candidates who are similar? You would have a vote dilution effect. It's entirely plausible that an ideology that has 4 or 5 candidates actually is the majority's ideology in that town, but they would still lose because of vote dilution, kind of like what happened in 2000 with the presidential election. Also, finally, in ranked choice voting, you would not be able to get a sweep realistically because it takes 75% of the support to get all 3 seats. And I think actually that would kind of like take the tone down in some of our elections, because instead of facing an election where the outcomes are like 3 seats for your side or nothing for your side, all or nothing, winner take all, you'd have scenarios where like you'd have like 3 factions and like maybe each one could get 1 seat, so like a 1-1-1 outcome, or you could have an outcome that's 2-1. And if you're only competing for 1 additional seat instead of 3 seats or nothing, like the stakes are lower and you can actually be a little bit more chill about things. You'd probably, as one of the public speakers say, you'd probably see a lot of cross endorsements of different candidate slates. As for what happens next, the New Jersey School Boards Association's next delegate assembly is not till May, so we have a long wait. But hopefully they'll be open-minded about this and hopefully they'll pass it. And if that happens, like there'll be a lobbying force for democratic reform in New Jersey. What'll happen after that, I don't know. Sometimes things happen which might seem pointless. In 2013, I was on the board and we were involved in another resolution asking the state to redistribute adjustment aid to under-aided districts like ourselves. At the time, like the journalists in New Jersey were not reporting that issue accurately. It seemed hopeless, it seemed impossible. The New Jersey School Boards Association was actually against us, a lot of other power players were. But 5 years later, the legislature and Phil Murphy agreed to redistribute adjustment aid. And 7 years after that, which was 24-25, we did get 100% of our state aid. So you never know what's going to happen. Anyway, perhaps nothing will come of this other than ripples of information, and tonight's resolution might be forgotten. But I think the momentum in the state and the country is for voting reform. And maybe other boards of education will join us. Support will build, and in a few years, New Jersey will legalize ranked choice voting, and we can be proud to have helped make our state a little bit more democratic. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Will, I believe you had just like whatever.
Yeah, I want to just highlight within the significant number of resolutions that are in our consent agenda tonight. Within Resolution 4891, Resolution F, we are receiving a donation for I think a 4-valve rotary tuba, which sounds very impressive, value of $9,000 from former MMS band director Vernon Miller. Thank you so much. Resolution 4891G, we're receiving equipment donations from the Soma basketball boosters. Also tremendous, thank you. 4891O, we're receiving a $500 donation to the Parenting Center from Lisan Enterprises. 4891H, we have a clinical program partnership we're entering into with Ithaca College, which is terrific. And 4891I, we have a clinical program partnership we're entering into with my alma mater, Emerson College. Highlighting as well, we do have a resolution 4891K, which is committing to services with our architect Spiesel for $310,000, and that is, I believe, money that's being paid for out of found funds in a prior bond that is really restricted for use only for purposes like that, which is a great way of getting that covered. We have a payment in here for SOPAC, $30,000 to cover some of the tremendous programming that they are providing to our kids, including the terrific Lux Orchestra School performance that I got to go and attend last month. I also want to say very briefly, I was very happy to get to work with you, Jeff, after months of your advocacy in trying to get this over the line.
Likewise.
To get that RCV resolution. I'm excited to see it go to the Delegate Assembly in May. And lastly, I will just highlight within, we skipped the policy readout, but there is one policy I do want to highlight here. I will be voting for it, but reluctantly. We've talked a lot about the the tough choices and the hard cuts that we're going to have to look at. And one of them in practice tonight is our policy regarding class size, which is policy 2312. It's in resolution 4896. And we are increasing the possibility of class sizes in grades 1 through 5 by 2 additional students. We hope to not have to see this in any cases that we don't have to, but this is something the administration asked for to allow us to try to keep the number of sections per grade per school in the cases where that was going to have an impact budgetarily. So that's a piece that's in here. It's up for first read tonight, and you know, it's a piece that we're discussing. No.
Thank you. And I do want to point out, First VP experienced the delegate assembly process with me when we did that bullying resolution. It's a great experience. And so I don't know how the committees will be next year, but being on that delegate assembly, or I don't know if it's called delegate assembly, but the Essex County meeting and hearing everyone, and you get to speak and advocate for why this should be included. So it's a great experience, and I'm really proud of the work that you two did together. So thank you. Any other comments before we start? Oh yeah, yes.
So it's a good idea we're not doing committee readouts tonight, but I do want to bring everyone's attention to some discussion in the Finance Committee about transportation next year, like what's being contemplated and such.
Yes, yes, it's an ongoing conversation. Thank you. Okay.
So like, you know, like,
Superintendent?
you know, we've talked in public a lot about changes to pre-K busing that might happen, but, you know, there are changes contemplated to K-5 busing, and, you know, Mr. Moody mentioned the possibility of subscription busing, but, you know, there are other changes contemplated.
Yes. Good luck to the future board for figuring that out. Well, look, I mean, I got to say good luck. I'm not going to be able to do anything. Okay, so Mr. Moody, would you like to do a roll call, please?
Sure, absolutely. I'll proceed with the roll call vote for action items 4888 through 4900. Board Member Bennett?
Yes.
Board Member Brown? Board Member Callahan?
Yes.
Board President Duval Wilson?
Yes.
Board Member Eckert?
Yes.
Board Member Gifford?
Yes.
Board Member Kapadia? Board Member Meyer?
Yes.
Board Member Sackett Gable?
Yes.
All right, the ayes have it.
Okay, I don't think we have any. Mr. Draper, can you just check the sheet to see if there's any new? No? Okay. And I'm assuming no one online? Right. Okay, great. So we are now going to new business. I'm assuming there is none. Yeah. Like, I was just like, nope. So I will announce the future meetings. The Board of Education will meet again on January 5th, 2026 at 6:30 p.m. in public session for our annual reorganization meeting. We have 2 of those board members here tonight. Congratulations to them again. Action will be taken. Mr. Moody, I would like to now make a motion to adjourn this meeting, my last meeting, on Thursday, December 18th at 10:47 p.m. May I have a second? Thank you both, Sackett Gable, Callahan. All in favor? Meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Good night.